a little bit warm out there. So how are you doing, Peggy? Well, I look forward to seeing your living room when it's finished. I'm sure it will be beautiful. Well, speaking of beautiful, I have your lipsticks with me today. Here we go. Miss Peggy. So you got the special. Let's just make sure everything is in the back. So you have the 2 deluxe cases that were on special, 2 for $1.98, and you had the Encore case in the fashion lace. So let's see. Encore fashion lace and Encore was plum pink. Beautiful summer color. Fashion lace was pink velvet. Fashion lace, pink velvet. So it looks like we have what we need. That's a richer pink. Very nice. I think these will look fantastic with your skin tone too. So, enjoy. And as I mentioned, that was on special. So you got 2 cases for $1.98. We had 20 cents tax for a total of $2.18. Thank you. So, let's see. $2.18 out of 3. 2 makes 20, 25, 50, 75, and 3. There you go. So I've got some wonderful things to show you today. So, as I promised, this week we're going to talk all about fragrance. And I know you're already in love with our cream sachets. Now we have the fun side. So we've been talking about fragrance for a few weeks. And finally, we'll really have a chance to dig in. So I've brought with me ten different fragrances. And we're not going to try all of these today. We'll do 5. And then next time we can look at the other 5. This way, your nose won't get too tired. When you're trying fragrances, it's important not to overload the senses. So let's look at To a Wild Rose. Somewhere. Topaz. Here's My Heart, which you're quite familiar with. And Brocade. Actually, let's just focus on these 4, because I do have some other samples in a different form. to a wild rose. This one is, as you might guess, a very floral scent with an undertone of something like baby powder. It's quite nice. What do you think? Yes, I think florals, one either loves them or hates them. I remember when I was first experimenting with different teas, and I tasted Earl Grey tea for the first time, and I didn't like it because it tasted to me like there was perfume in it. And I would prefer to wear my perfume than taste it. But of course, I learned that it was oil of bergamot, and that it was more of a orange citrus base to it, and that idea changed my impression of it, and over time I fell in love with Earl Grey tea. Anyway, I understand if something just is a little bit too floral. So let's try Somewhere. So this one has a musk undertone to it with a little bit of orange, perhaps. At least that's what comes to my mind. What do you think? Yes, I think certain people tend to gravitate toward certain base notes in a perfume, like musk or floral. I prefer musk scents as well. So this one is possibility. Okay. And then we have topaz. This one is quite different from the first two. Do you like that? This is what I suppose one would say It has a wood undertone to it, mixed with citrus. It's very natural. I think it doesn't smell overly produced or artificial. That's one of the things I like about topaz. It's probably also where they came up with the name topaz. So that's a possibility. And then our last one here is brocade. You can probably guess from the name that this one is going to be a little bit more complex, with certain notes on the front and the back end that are quite different from one another. I love this one. It's sweet, isn't it? It's the only one I think that we've tried so far that actually smells sweet. Maybe a bit like honey. But there's also floral notes in it as well. But it's quite unique. I think it doesn't, to me at least, it doesn't smell anything like wild rose. Do you like that one too? Well, good. So, brocade, topaz, and somewhere. Okay. So, as I said, we'll try some more scents next time. But I do want to show you just a couple more things. So here's our good friend. Here's my heart cream sachet. I know it's one of your favorites. But I wanted to show you that. We have different pots for each of these. 10 cents here, and of course more, even more than that. So, aren't these adorable? Each one has its own personality. Again, and I already have this one. This one is our elusive with that gorgeous gold design on top. Isn't that lovely? There just seems to be something so elegant about the cream. it's so rich, and feeling it dissolve into the skin is so nice. This is our unforgettable. This is probably my favorite container. If you look closely, you can see we have the A for Avon design in the center. And I think I've told you that this is my favorite scent. And then we have our Persian wood. Isn't that gorgeous? I think the designers of these little jars have done a great job, don't you think? So, if you fall in love with more than one fragrance, you can certainly have more than one of these jars on your dresser. And they're so pretty. Again, it's just luscious, isn't it? So, do you have any thoughts about fragrance this time? And remember that we'll try some more fragrances next time, but I don't want to overload your senses today. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to appreciate, particularly the ones that you try last. I just wanted to get a general sense from you about the undertones that you tend to like or not, so that we can begin to develop a collection for you. And then you'll know what your go-to fragrances are, regardless of the form in which you use it. So I think we determined that the floral base is not for you, but that you liked the woodsy base and the musk base. Okay. So I want to show you one more thing. Let's make a little bit of room. Okay. I just brought one sample so you can get a better idea of the size of the bottle. So it's considerably bigger than the cream sachet. These are the matching fragrances in Unforgettable. Aren't they gorgeous? Quite heavy. And unlike with a dram of perfume or perfume oils or even the cream sachet, with the cologne you can be much more liberal with it. So you can mist several areas of your body, not just your wrists or your neck. And I think that's why it's so wonderful to use, especially in the summer after a bath. It's so refreshing. So you can start to see the design relationship between the different fragrance types. And for example, here's yours. Here's my heart. And of course, this is what the cologne bottle looks like. So, and with the white cap and this adorable design on top, it makes quite the eye-catching display on your vanity. So I would encourage you to think about the fragrances that you've tried this time and the way that you would like to wear that fragrance. And if you would like, you might try Here's My Heart in the cologne, and that way you would have the talc, the cream sachet, and the cologne in a single scent. And that way you can use more than one product in different ways throughout the day or the evening. Well, that's an interesting question. I wanted to talk to you about whether or not you would like to invite a few friends over and we could try some different fragrances, and each one of your friends could adopt a particular signature fragrance for themselves. We could certainly do something in your newly designed living room I'm sure your friends would love that. Maybe with some tea and cookies or something. Anyway, I would be happy to come back at another time. You just let me know what works. We can have a little party. Like that, okay. Let's see. So, are you thinking within the next couple of weeks? Okay, so week after next. That's putting us into the first part of July. So, let me jot down your notes from this order. Okay. And we're looking at first to middle part of July. Okay. So if you would like to, I think 3 or 4 friends would be a good number. Keeps it intimate, and it gives everyone a chance to try different fragrances in a more private environment. It's still kind of a consultation like our visits are, with a little bit more of a party atmosphere with your friends. But it's not too public. So think about your best friends. 3 or 4. Okay. So you have my number. It's on the receipt to give me a call when you have determined a date that you think will work, and I'll check my calendar. And since we're talking something simple like tea and cookies, 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. in the afternoon might be a good time. Okay. Well, let me pack up here. have that lid on very well. Check the others. Okay. I remember when I first received my beauty showcase. I was so excited about this side. Yeah, it can hold up to a lot. It's almost like the mailman's bag. The Avon lady can come to you in any weather. Of course, she always prefers sunshine. Okay. Well, Peggy, I look forward to hearing from you soon. I think that will be a lovely afternoon. Just let me know the day that works best for you. Okay. Have a good evening, too. Oh, it's a bit hot outside, isn't it? Good to see you again, Joanne. Well, thank you. Do you have something cold? I love this. Any flavor that you have would be wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Joanne. Well, I think summer's come a bit early, hasn't it? Normally, I like to wear a suit when I make my visits, but just too hot. Oh, that's refreshing. Well, I know you don't have an order this visit, but I do have something terribly exciting to show you. I think you're going to love it. So let's see here. It's almost too large for my case. Isn't that lovely? I love the design on the box. Looks like a Victorian antique almost. The roses. What could be inside? Isn't that a feast for the eyes? It's a beautiful fragrance set, isn't it? I believe the fragrance product you are most familiar with is the cream sachet. And I don't believe you've sampled our beauty dust before, but the design of the container mirrors that of all the other products in this fragrance line. Comes with a puff inside. So soft. press the puff into the powder and apply liberally after a shower or bath. Gives you a very fresh feeling and a base for your signature fragrance. It's a little instruction card here that simply explains that each beauty dust container can be easily refilled. So when you run out of it, can you hear it in there? Then you just need to order the refill. And that comes with a brand new puff. And you can see that this is a harder cardboard container with a paper top. So it's very easy to take a sharp knife and cut into the paper all the way around. To open up your new refill. And then you can just set it down. To the container, and you're ready to go. Isn't that lovely? And then we have the cologne in this 3-piece set. Matching scent and design. So while you can use this after bathing, in this more concentrated fragrance on your pulse points. Cologne can be used liberally on your décolletage, your arms, your waist, your shoulders. It's not as concentrated. So this is especially nice in the summer months. It's sort of a cool mist, and you really can't over apply it as with a concentrated perfume. Would you like to try? Okay, just hold your arm out. Feels nice, doesn't it? It's quite a lovely three-piece set in a wonderful presentation box. And there's a bit more information here. Let's see. This is some instructions on how to use the cologne. And as you can see, it's an aerosol, so you don't want to push and hold. It will keep coming out if you hold it down. So either tiny pushes or one longer push as you move it around in front of your body. Just keep that in mind. It's not like our old-fashioned perfume bottles. Okay. So, what do you think? Is that something that you think your mother might enjoy? Oh no, I just brought this one sample, but we have this set in every fragrance that we offer. I just wanted you to see the set together in person because it's quite amazing to see. You can imagine better what all three pieces would look like on your vanity. So if you think she would be interested, I think our next decision is what fragrance would be best for her. And I can help you with that. So as you know, Unforgettable is my favorite. As I know, Here's My Heart is yours. But I wonder what your mother's is. I just love orange soda. Okay, so let's dig in. I have my fragrance samples. I don't want to close that up entirely just yet. So first, let me tell you a little bit about the pricing. We have lots of specials. The cologne mist that we just tried in any scent, $4.99. Excuse me. The larger is $4.99 and the smaller is $3.99. We have specials on different forms of fragrance throughout. The perfume oils, the sticks, colognes. This is what I want to show you. So, this is each of the items that we just looked at. Together as a set, with the exception of the 1 gram of perfume. Now, this right here is not a set, but each one is on special. So, as you can see, the beauty dust is $3.99, the cologne $3.99, the cream sachet $1.69. These are the special prices during this campaign for these individually. And again, leaving out the perfume, if you want to buy the set that I just showed you, you can see that together this would be almost $4, $8, $9.69 minus the 2 cents, so $9.67. To buy these separately, $9.67. But we are offering the set that you just saw for $7.50. And you can also see the regular price for each of these. $5, $5, and $2.50. So the regular price is $12.50. The discounted price for this sale is $9.67, and then the set together is $7.50. So this is an amazing Mother's Day special that I just don't think you can ignore. So I just wanted to explain the pricing first. You really are getting a wonderful deal. And now to the individual scents. I pull my little scent catalog out. So we have Brocade, this is brilliant and exhilarating. Fresh greenness against buoyant floral warmth. Then we have Regence, the essence of elegance. Rose and jasmine accented with precious wood notes. Then we have Rapture, fascinating and mysterious, echoing mellow depths of flowers and spice. We have Occur, modern, chic, sophisticated. A provocative blend of rich florals and sweet mosses. Unforgettable. We have just sampled. Memorable and charming. It's a brilliant floral. Then we have Somewhere. Fresh, clear, crisp, a feminine blend of delicate florals, cool cypress, and balsam. Then we have one of our oldest in our collection, Cotillion. Gracious and romantic. A sweet waltz a sweet waltz of lovely florals and spice, accented with exotic sandalwood. Floral and spice. We have Topaz. Sparkling and exciting. A wildflower bouquet, jeweled with the warmth of amber. We have Here's My Heart, which you are intimately familiar with. Then we have To a Wild Rose, a nostalgic bouquet, vibrant with the most cherished of all floral scents, the rose. Set against fresh greenery. We have Persian wood, rich, exotic and rich, a lush mingling of rare florals, wood notes, and oriental spice. Up to 11 cents. Is there something that catches your eye? Something that you think your mother would like? What is her personality like? Very traditional, okay. Are you the oldest or youngest child? Okay. So I'm guessing your mother would have been a young housewife in the early 40s. And if she is a traditional woman who dresses conservatively, she's probably most attracted to things that were prevalent in her 20s. So let me suggest either Cotillion or To a Wild Rose. That's not simply a guess for me. Those fragrances were popular with Avon in the 1940s. I wouldn't be surprised if she had not tried one of these at some point in her life, even if she's not using Avon right now. I have a sample that you can try. Okay. What do you have on the stove? It smells so good. Oh, the meatloaf in the oven. Everyone has a unique meatloaf recipe, but I just love it in any form. So, we want to look at cotillion and to a wild rose. So let's see. Topaz, brocade, here's my heart, to a wild rose. And there's the new wishing that I was mentioning. Very new and therefore, again, not part of our Mother's Day special. But if you would like to try it, just let me know. Here we go. Cotillion. Okay. To a wild rose. Let's start with that one. There we go. To get my little lids. There we go. Can you smell it? It's very nice, isn't it? It is a bit old-fashioned, but that's not a surprise. Avon has been smart enough over the years, the many years we've been in business, not to discontinue favorite fragrances just for the sake of something new. Our customers span many ages from, well, young girls, as you know, but young housewives all the way to grandmothers. I suspect that Here's My Heart might be your favorite fragrance in 20 years, 30 years. And someone may call it old-fashioned. Even though you and I don't think so. Okay, so here is Cotillion. This one is even older. Be interested to see what you have to say about this one. very different, isn't it? You can smell the floral, but you can also smell the spice. You could say it should be old-fashioned, since it's one of our oldest fragrances. But that mix of spice and floral just changes it. Okay. So, you think you'd like to try the cotillion? I can assure you, your mother has heard of cotillion. Get these tight. Okay. So, just to remind you what the cotillion set looks like. Here we go. The cotillion bottles are very tall and elegant. It sort of reminds me of I Dream of Jeannie's bottle. Although this bottle existed long before that television series. So we don't have the beauty dust pictured here, but you can imagine the style that would go with these. Sort of a teardrop handle on the top, like here. Okay, well, I don't want to hold up your supper anymore. Okay, let's write this up. Right. All right, we're ready. So we're going to take one of the Mother's Day fragrance sets, and we're going to use cotillion. and we have $7.50 for that. Now let me get a few numbers down here. So we're going to get the beauty dust. And that is 6 ounces. We're going to get the cologne mist. We're going to get the smaller, the 2 ounce. Ounce, and the cream sachet, and that is 0.66 ounces, and that's all for that. Okay. Okay, so we have $7.50 total. And then our tax is 76 cents. And that will be 6, 7, and 5 is 12. Carry the 1 is 7 and 1, 8, 26. And this Mrs. Joanne Fowler. And we are at 23, right, 44 Benton Avenue. You have your phone on file, order date, April 28th, and delivery will be May 12th. Can I get your signature right here? Thank you. There's your receipt. And as always, no need to pay until I deliver. But that will be there we go. That will be 4 or 5 days before Mother's Day, so plenty of time. Up my mess here. time does your husband usually get home? Well, at least that's predictable. My husband is not so predictable. But he knows I'll be home no later than 5 for my Avon visits. And he always calls me right then if he's going to be late. Yeah, these sales bags aren't built for the new packaging. They're gonna have to get us something bigger. There we go. We just have to make it cooperate. But she's been with me for a long time. She's held up very well. There we go. All right. I better finish my beverage. Thank you so much for the vest. Just delicious and refreshing. It cooled me right down. Well, I hope you have a wonderful meatloaf. Anytime you want to invite me over for that, be happy to come. All right. 2 weeks. I know your mother's going to love it. All right. See you soon, Joanne. So nice to see you again, Janet. How are Fred and the boys? So Scott just started Cub Scouts. Are you going to be doing any volunteering? Oh, I know he's going to have so much fun. My Sophie loves brownies. She's otherwise a shy little girl, but she comes to life when she's around her brownie friends. I love to see that. My little Sophie's barrette. You never know where her things are going to turn up. It is adorable though, isn't it? Okay. Just in case I need to make some notes. Right. So, how have you been? Do I have an order for you? Not this time, okay. There we go. Okay, so it looks like you might be running out of your Vitamoist and Cream Supreme, depending on how often you use it, of course. Do you need a reorder? Okay, good. So I have some things to show you that are not new to Avon at all, but new to you, of course. Let me make a quick note here. So today, August, what is today? Okay, and we're going to do a reorder. Vitamoist and Cream Supreme. And then I'm going to review with you our makeup line. I'm just going to focus today on the foundation, the coordinating powder, and the blush. And we can talk more next time if you would like about eyeshadow, mascara, eyebrow pencils. We can always bring out some new lipstick shades that have just come out as well. Okay. And then, of course, anything that you see in the catalog. Alright, so what kind of foundation do you currently use? Okay, so Cody for everything? Everything but lipstick, okay. Well, I know why that is. Because you've fallen in love with our lipstick, right? Okay. I have a feeling you're going to fall in love with our foundation as well. Let's see. Okay. Need a little bit of lotion just to make the demonstration go a bit better. You're always going to be applying foundation on a moisturized face. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't think I brought this with me. There we go. The Vita Moist, that's going to be a much better product for us since that's actually your moisturizer. So let's just start with that. So fortunately, I have in my Avon makeup demonstrator every shade we offer. So you can see here, we offer quite a few shades. We have shade groupings: fair finish, medium finish, and deep finish. And then under each of those groupings we have 2 or 3 shades. So for example, in the deep finish we offer this deep bronze. And also tan. In the medium finish, we offer honey, peach, and rose. And in the fair finish, our lightest is ivory, and fawn, and pink. Then we also have Dew Kiss, which is not a moisturizer per se. It is colorless, and for women who like a very dewy look, this is a nice thing to apply before the color. And that's a personal taste, so you're certainly free to try that if you like. And then we have coordinating powders, both for the fair finish, medium, and the deep finish. So once we find your shade, then we automatically know what your powder is. It's a wonderful system. And usually what we do is look at our customers' face and skin tone, hands, and put those next to these colors and just try to determine which of the three major areas that skin tone is close to, and then we try all three or all two, everything within that category, and that helps us get just the exact thing that we are looking for. So if I could see your hand, I'm just going to compare. So I think we will probably be in the fair category of shades. So I'm going to pull each one of those out. And we'll just get started, okay? So let's start with the darker one. So it's important to moisturize first. That way you'll get a beautiful, flawless application. Okay? May I see your hand? fresh. We'll need this in a few minutes, so I'll just keep that open. And then we'll start with, this is the pink. And I'll put a little bit on my skin. And yours. Now, if you just rub that in a bit, it's very intense when you first begin to apply it, but look how smoothly it distributes itself. It's kind of a misleading color in the bottle. Just like I did. See, it gets less intense. It's quite nice, isn't it? It does look a little bit too dark for you. So let's move on to our next color. And that would be fawn. I love the name of this shade. Okay, so we'll just use our applicator again. And then I'll take a little bit. And you can go ahead. I might have given you a bit too much. I certainly gave myself too much. So you can just spread it a little bit further. And again, Avon is so subtle. The change between this color and this is evident only if we look very closely. Otherwise, it's very subtle. It changes from one shade to another. This one certainly suits me, which is not a surprise because this is in fact my foundation shade. You can see there's still a little bit of that rosiness in the first one, and this one seems to disappear. It may be a tough call. Let's try the next one and see which of the two lighter ones suits you. This one is called Ivory, and it's our lightest. Let me see your hand. Okay. You can see this one pops a little more on my hand because it's too light for me. But even then, once you begin to distribute the foundation, it becomes much more malleable in its color, less obvious. But as I said, a closer look will lead you to agree with me, I think. This is too rosy, and this is too light, and this is just right for me. Just keep rubbing that very lightly. You're not rubbing in Bengay, so you want a light touch, an even distribution. Let me see. I think I'll have to agree with you. Ivory it is. So I'm going to keep ivory out because I do want to do a sample application on your face now that we have this narrowed down. Go ahead and take the Fair Finish powder, which is the corresponding powder for this foundation. You can see it's a very light powder, but it creates a matte look. It's not something that you would typically rub into your face. You'd have a compact and be tapping that on. Now, if you are using Dew Kiss, then you probably don't want to use a powder. Those two are going to negate the effects of one another. It just depends on the look that you like. Okay? So let's try this on your face and let's see what we think. Okay. So I'm going to take some fawn. I'm sorry, ivory. And my applicator. Okay. And I'm just going to apply that. Very gently. Remember, we don't want to rub it in. We want to glide over the skin Okay. You can blur the edges. All right, let's put that away. And that leaves us with the powder. And again, we are going to use the fair finish. And as I mentioned, it's going to be a bit of an imperfect application because we don't have the benefit of a brush or a pad, but I am going to use the pads of my fingers. And we're not going to rub this in, we're going to tap it. And then I'm just going to very gently blend the edges. I think that's good. Okay. Put that away. So, before you make a final decision, I would like to introduce you to our blush creams. All right, so we have our wonderful blushing cream, and it comes in 2 shades, pink and coral. You might think that doesn't seem like enough shades, given the vast number of shades we offer in our foundations. But just like I said, there are only 3 major categories of foundation shade, and then subcategories under that. We have 2 major categories of blushing cream. And the way to get to the subcategories is simply to use a lighter or heavier application. So this is our coral. pink that has an orange undertone. By no means would you call that orange, but when you see it next to the pink, you'll see the difference. So this has more blue tones and this has more yellow tones. And like I said, you essentially get your 3 categories underneath each one by the weight of your application. So I'm just going to reapply some of our Vita Moist so we get a nice clean application. And then you can see that you can apply a much deeper color with more product or a second application. And then as you go less and less, you get that very subtle look. This is more of a traditional blush of a young woman, whereas as you move into the deeper tones, more of a sun-kissed look. That's how our blushes work. They're very versatile. Have that on there. There we go. In my judgment, you have a clear tone, or undertone, I should say, and I believe that the pink is going to be the better color for you. So that's the one we'll try first. And if you don't like it, we can always try the coral, okay? All right. Just a little bit. It's very subtle. As I mentioned, the 2 different colors take care of 2 different color types, a clear tone and an olive tone, whereas the way you apply each takes care of the lightness or the darkness of your skin. So a light touch for very light skin, a second application perhaps for medium toned skin, and so on. So let's try. Notice we're only going for the apple of the cheek, and we don't obviously want to look like a clown. So it needs to be very subtle and blended on the edges very well. So I'm applying with this finger, and then I'm blending with this finger on the edges. I think that looks lovely. Take a look at my compact again. Compare both halves of your face. It's amazing, isn't it? It gives you a fresh look without a made-up look. Yes, it's very good coverage. It hides all the imperfections, but it matches really well with your base skin tone. Do you like that? Okay. All right. So, that's the pink. Just want to show you one more thing. It's not a product per se. But rather the way we carry the product. Always have trouble with this one. There we go. All right. I do have 2 samples of brocade and regions. Would you like to try one? There's the brocade. And regions. Let me know what you think. Okay. It's hiding behind my lipstick samples. So, first of all, isn't that box darling? If I had this, I would always want to keep it in the box. This is our new Empress compact. And it comes in a nice felt pouch. You can certainly keep it in that pouch in your pocketbook and then pull it out when you need it. Isn't that gorgeous? This looks like jewels, doesn't it? And then we have the gold tone. Compact case. And this is a one-time purchase. And then, as you need additional powder, you order a refill that goes right in this case. We do have our regular plastic cases in every powder shade, as well as several of these deluxe compacts. It's your choice, but I wanted to show you the newest one that we had. And like I said, this one is called Empress. So you can see we have a mirror, of course, and a puff. Very nice, isn't it? So, we've been on a little adventure today, haven't we? Would you like to see? Let me get myself together here. So, just to review pricing. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to there we go. We're going to renew the Vitamoist and the Cream Supreme, right? So each of those is $3. But as you have experienced, these last anywhere from 6 to 8 months. They go so far. So let me write that up for you. Okay. Here we go. where's my pen? So Mrs. Janet Wallheimer and 3110. I see quite a few customers on this street, so most of the time I get this street number correct. And this is campaign 16. Order date August 22nd. And we'll be delivering 2 weeks from today. So August 22nd, 1 week makes the 29th. And then we have 30, 31, and 1. So that'll be September 5th. Okay, so we have, let's see, we're going to get the Cream Supreme and Vita Moist, $3. And all right. And now, what do you think about the foundation or the powder? If I recall, we do not. Here we go. Okay. So, as you can see, Satin Supreme, a foundation that goes on smooth and gives a creamy, soft glow, light to medium coverage, 8 shades as we discussed. And this is the pot that it comes in for $2. Okay. So we're going to get 1 of the Satin Supreme. Foundation at $2. What about the powder? Okay. That makes perfect sense. Everyone has their own preferences, and like I said, if someone wants a very dewy look, then adding the application of Dew Kiss increases that. If you want a matte look, the application of the powder increases that. And using neither one gives you that middle range. So please do try the foundation. Let me know if you like the look. If it's too dewy or too matte, we can go from there. Very good. So that's going to be $6, $7, $8 total. And our federal tax will be 81 cents. No local, so that's going to be $8.81. Oh, I almost forgot. Need you to sign there at the bottom. Thank you. Okay. I'll get you your receipt. As always, just hold on to this. Gives you all of your information and the date that you can expect me to stop back by. My number is on there as well, so if you need me to come by at another time, you just give me a call. Okay? Something certainly smells good. What's in the oven? My husband loves tuna noodle casserole. You might have to invite him over for dinner tonight. I've got a lot of visits to make, so we're just having leftovers tonight. But that's what happens when you have a working woman in the household. Get everything? Looks like. Okay. Well, I'm so happy for Scott. Having the opportunity to join the Cub Scouts, I think, is so important for little boys. It's going to change the way he thinks about himself, about the world around him, too. You'll be surprised. He's going to turn into a nice young man. maybe sooner than you would like. Okay, my dear. I'm off, but I'll see you in 2 weeks. Well, I can do that sometime. I think Sophie would love to come on a little Avon trip with me. Just once, maybe. Okay. Bye-bye. Oh, my way, Dean. This is adorable. Oh, my goodness. That is so sweet. How does it work? That wood is so delicate. Well, as soon as you get the candles, I guess you'll be in business. Where did you get it? Oh, you've told me about her. She lives in Cologne, is that right? That's so sweet. A little German tradition. Well, Miss Wadeen, how are you? It's getting a little bit hectic, isn't it? Well, like we said last time, I brought some things that I think will be helpful. Oh, thank you. I just got it. Isn't it lovely? It's a little bit groovy, isn't it? It's not so compact. I can carry lots of things in here. Let's see. Oh. Wait, Dean, of course I use things other than Avon. This is my slicker when I just want a little bit of shine. And this design was just right for me, don't you think? So, we'll see, there's my Avon. So a girl can use 2 products if she likes. Anyway, I was going to say, I have my normal wallet, but the cool thing about this new purse is this attached little French purse. And what I like about it is it lets me separate my Avon money from my money for the household. So anything I make from Avon is for myself. So do I have everything? I don't need that. One of these pens is not working, but I don't remember which one. Where's the other one? There it is. All right, so I will need this in just a minute, so I'll just leave this here. Well, let's get your order out first, and then I'll show you some new things, okay? I just can't get over how sweet this is, but I don't want to damage it. So if you don't mind, put it right over here. Tupperware. Oh my. Did you just go to a Tupperware party? Mm-hmm. That's not happening in my house. Oh, you're having a Tupperware party? When? Well, I hate to be rude, but you have to invite me. I don't have much, but I just love it. And the colors, I think that's my favorite thing. The colors. Okay, so late January, you think? I promise you I will buy lots of stuff. Okay, well, let's get to your order. You're not my last stop today, but you are my last order to deliver. So let's see, you ordered the moisturized hand cream. Looks like what we have here. Just in time for winter. I find I have to keep my hands moisturized multiple times a day. Once we turn the heat on in the house. Anyway, do you have any left? Oh, good. So, just in time. I'll just put this over here, and that's going to be 98 cents. Thank you, Miss Wading. So, like I said, this is where my attached French purse comes in handy. I got it at Stern's department store. I think they still have some. I saw several. They have it in two colors, in this black and a reddish color, I believe. Maybe similar to this color. Sort of a reddish pink. So, let's see, what do we have? 98 cents. It's 99. And $1. And 2, 3, 4, and 5. And there you go. So now for a little holiday planning. side. Sometimes these flaps are a little fussy. But they definitely are sturdy, and I'm going to knock over your lamp. Sorry. Okay. So, let's see. As usual, I have my other samples here, so if at any point you decide you want to try some other things, just let me know, okay? So, this is what I wanted to show you today. And I don't believe you've tried brocade. So let me just leave a sample for you. If you like it, you can always try it out at a holiday party. So, we've got aqua and clear blue eyeshadow. This is what I was telling you about last time. It would be perfect, either one, for the holiday season, Christmas parties, New Year's Eve parties. The blues for eyeshadow are really coming into fashion. And as far as I'm concerned, I just can't get enough. So, let me show you what we have. This one is aqua. See if I can get it open. Again, we have our Avon design on the top. And here we go. Isn't that beautiful? It's a really fresh color. I'd like you to see both of these side by side. It can really help you see the subtle differences. So this one is clear blue. There we go. Just remember, even though the tops look the same, the name of the color is on the back. So aqua again, and clear blue. Feels like springtime, doesn't it? But these are great for holiday parties. Just adds a bit of youth to your look. Brightness. They're not old-fashioned at all. So what do you think? Sure. So move my bracelet out of the way. Here is the aqua. You can be very subtle with it, or simply add more to deepen the color. And by that, I don't mean that the color gets darker, but less translucent, so you can see the color more clearly. And then if we try the blue, clear blue. Can you see the difference? The blue, you can see it on my fingernail or fingertips as well. The clear blue next to the aqua almost looks like periwinkle, in my opinion. And the aqua looks more green next to the clear blue. But you'll be surprised. What these look like on your eyes alone. So you could use both colors for a striking effect, or one color with some eyeliner and eyebrow. We've got the eyebrow brush a line I'd like to show you. So emphasizing your eye shape with the eyeliner and your eyebrow shape with the eyebrow powder. We'll make these pastel colors really stand out. They won't bleed into your skin, if you will. You like that? Okay. And let's see. As long as I've been selling Avon, you would think I would be better at opening these boxes by now. It's a lovely case, isn't it? Here is the brush line. Now I'm going to tell you a little secret. Don't tell anyone I told you this. So, we have this in several colors. And if you'll notice, the brush is very, very thin at the tip. Can you see that? It really helps you to control how you're applying the powder to your eyebrows, almost allowing you to make individual brush strokes that mimic your own eyebrows. In addition to the sweeping effect that you can create. But because of that tiny brush, you can also use this as an eyeliner. If you want a slightly softer look, I think this really allows you to do that. So you can certainly experiment with this if you like and go from there. Would you like to try them on? Very good. Okay. Well, just move your seat a bit closer. All right, Wayne, which one would you like to try first? Clear blue. Okay. So, if, for example, excuse me, if you have a silver or a cream and silver cocktail dress, of course blue, black, any of those would look gorgeous with the clear blue. Just close your eyes. Okay. Okay, open. Close. Okay. I'm just spreading it very carefully. Now, see, your eyes and eyelids are very different from mine. Mine come down a bit further, so I need to put eyeshadow higher on my eyelid for it to be seen. But yours are, in my opinion, they're perfect. All you need to do is smoothly apply the eyeshadow on the main part of your eyelid, the part that literally covers your eye. And then above that crease, you can either use something neutral, like a little bit of silver, or maybe a very light beige to create a little bit of a shadow, a little bit darker than your own skin tone. But other than that, during the day, I think you're good to go. You can also use some eyeliner during the day, but obviously at night you definitely want eyeliner. Okay, well, first let me apply the aqua on the other eye, and then I'll let you have a look. Okay? Okay, here's the aqua, and get my fingers straight. All right, close your eyes. Open. Close again. Open. Okay, close one more time. Let me just get the corners. That's right. Okay. Let me match. Let's see. Look at the aqua. Oh, sorry, the clear blue again. I'm going to match the shape. Close. Okay, it's better. Try the aqua here, the clear here. I think that might work. All right. So let me just get a tissue. Okay, so I'm going to try the eyebrow brush line on both your eyes for eyeliner as well as your brows. We'll start with the brows. Okay, just look at me. Try not to raise your eyebrows, okay? Again. What I like to do is use some short strokes like this, and then go over that with a smooth line on the flat end. So the narrow end, just flip your fingers like this to get this tiny strokes, and then turn it to the flat end and do that long, smooth, very light stroke. If you don't do it very lightly, you're going to apply too much product and you're going to have to take the whole thing off and start over. Okay, so that's what I've done on your left eye. I'm going to leave the other one alone for just a minute and let you see the difference. I always carry my sample compact, and this one is the Empress. I believe I showed this one to you last time. It's interesting, it has the green and the blue, which is our theme today. So, what do you think? The eyebrows are nice, aren't they? Do you want me to go ahead and apply on the other side? Okay. That way you won't be biased with the color on your other eye. Okay, so like I said, we're going to start with putting powder on the brush, and then we're going to turn it so the narrowest side is angled upwards, and now we're going to flip just gives a little bit more of a natural look. And then we're going to turn it so that we get the flat end and create a very light, smooth line. Right there. Need some definition. Right there. Miss Wadine. You like both. Can you imagine wearing both colors at the same time? No, I don't mean one color on each eye, but a little bit of blending, maybe the blue toward the corner of your eye and the green or the aqua further away. You could try that as well. But obviously they're made to be used separately as well. Oh, very good. Well, I think you're going to love them, and as I mentioned last time, these are good for the holidays. And I can order these and get them delivered to you on the 20th. That's much sooner than usual, but my manager has a much larger stock of products at her home. And I told her that I had a few customers that might be looking for this for the party season, and she told me that I could use some of her stock. So I'll just place orders that will replenish her stock. No problem at all. So you would like both of these. Okay. And what about the eyebrow brush line? That sounds like a smart thing. I'll bring some eyeliner next time, and we can compare the two, and you can decide if you want one, the other, or both. Perfect. Okay, let me just write that up. All right.
So it looks like I've got one, two, got two more carbons for the whole book. Okay, so I'll use this one for a little bit longer. Of course, I'm always writing on the exact same places, so they do eventually run out of juice, so to speak. All right. Let's see. All right, let's see which one of these pens does not work. So, Miss Wading Campbell. Oh, that one's working well enough. We are 4901 Norway Avenue. And remind me your phone number. 6214. Sometimes I can remember the phone numbers, but the address is more important to me. All right, so let's see. Three, 68.3. And today is December 8th. And I promised this on December 20th. All right. Here we go. So, this is what you're ordering today. Right here. Can you see that? And that is item 3. That's the powder eyeshadow right here. And that is $1.35 for each one. Does that sound good? All right. So we're going to do one powder eyeshadow. And one of them will be clear blue for $1.35. And the other will be aqua. One powder eyeshadow aqua. And then just so you can see, item 1. Right here is the eyebrow brush align that we looked at today. And item 2, right here, it's sort of in a small compact similar to the eyeshadow, and that is your cake eyeliner. So those will be the 2 things that we'll look at next time. And I may try to bring a sample of the it's the silvery powder eyeshadow. It has kind of a glittery effect. It's something that I do use, but I use the ones that we tried today as my main color, and I use this one to do any highlights, especially in the evening. So that's $270. And that's going to be 28 cents state tax. And that will make $2.98 total. And let me write a little note to myself here. So we are going to look at cake eyeliner and the brush brow. Also the silvery eyeshadow powder. But just so I won't forget. Alright, and then your copy. So does the 20th work well for you? Okay. The same time? Very good. So what are your plans for New Year's? You go there every year, don't you? That's nice. Nice to have a tradition like that. And you meet new people there. That's even better. So you have a little group that goes together now. Let's see. shopping. All done, right? So how old is Megan? Well, she might be getting close to the age where she might enjoy some Avon products herself. These are for children. And if she's 8, let's see. In the Miss Lollipop Connect collection, we've got the cologne mist, the cream sachet. We have bubble bath. She would love that. We have a soap and a sponge. We have a powder mitt. I know little girls love the little powder mitts. And this is appropriate for ages 4 through 12, so she's right there in the middle. Something to think about. We can certainly look more closely next time. And anytime you would like to invite her to our little visits, even just to try on some makeup along with you. I know that's always fun for little girls. All right. Well, I'll see you before Christmas, so I won't wish you Merry Christmas. I'm just going to wish you good luck. Well, I've got one more stop. I want to make that before it gets dark. Evenings sure are getting dark more quickly. So, I'll see you in just, what is today? So, about 6 days, I guess. All right. Have a wonderful evening. I'll talk to you soon. That's funny. I had a really good time. And of course, it was wonderful meeting you at the Tupperware party. Okay. Well, I spent all of my profit at that party. Okay. I've got to see what you're sewing. Do a top or a dress? Oh, that's beautiful. Well, that's perfect for St. Patty's Day, isn't it? What a beautiful summer dress that will make. Pamela, that's how old is she? Perfect. Well, oh, she picked this out. Of course she did. That's good. She'll wear it often. All right. Oh, that's cute. So a pop of hot pink in the zipper. No, I've never seen that done before, but I'm sure it's what the kids are into these days. All right, Mary Lou. So I have your very first order. Again, thank you for taking a few minutes to talk with me at the end of that party. Wadine knows how to throw him, doesn't she? Okay, so let's see. Oh, isn't that lovely? This is well, it's hard to say what my favorite thing about selling Avon is, but this case is probably one of those things. It's my beauty showcase. And is it ever equipped? You can see it's a very stiff vinyl, and it will hold up to any kind of weather. Has a nice canvas lining here, and then just love this design. Kind of goes with me today, doesn't it? Well, I guess we're all doing the green thing. I love your little tea cloth here. It's adorable. So anyway, this is the side where I keep my orders. Let's see here. There we go. And then it has a middle section, and then the beauty showcase itself is on the other side. But we'll get to that in a minute. So, Miss Mary Lou. Miss Mary Lou, I see we have some cream supreme for you. And as I mentioned when we first spoke, I always like to start my new customers with our skincare line. I think it's the most important part of beauty because it comes from within. We need to keep our skin and our nails, our hair healthy before we add style, color, or fragrance. So I will always recommend skincare first. You made an excellent choice with the Cream Supreme, especially because of your dry skin. As you know, we have the Vitamin Moist Cream that some of my customers who are younger than you and I, and their skin isn't as dry. This is a little bit too much for them. And there you go. It's a very lovely light scent. It is meant to be pleasant, but it is not meant to persist because you may be putting on other fragrances. So this is formulated in such a way that the fragrance dissipates very quickly. So I think you will love this. Also, with Easter coming up, this always reminds me of an adorable little egg cup. You can certainly save your pots and use them for all sorts of things when you reorder. So there you go. Avon Night Cream with polyunsaturates. And those are the fats that we need to keep very dry skin in good condition. Okay, so your first order comes to $2.18. Thank you. Concerned about aging skin. 218. There's my Tupperware order form. Okay, so let's see. It's going to be $2.18 out of $5. to 1920. 25, 50, 75, and that makes 3. Four and 5. Okay. To 18, 1920, 25, 75 makes 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so much. I got it at, I think I got it at Stearns. Isn't it pretty? I love those raised flowers. This is a Buxton, of course. Those are my favorite wallets, and I have several different colors to use with different bags in different seasons. So this one is usually my autumn billfold, but I couldn't find my other one, so I'm just using this one for right now. Now that we're almost in spring, I'll be changing my handbag to my favorite floral. But next time you see me, you'll see me with that bag. So, and need a pencil. Anything else? Guess I don't have my pen with me today. All right. Well, let's get this party started. So, as I mentioned, after skincare comes fragrance, at least in my book. And so I have not only brought some sample fragrances, but also a sample form of that fragrance, and it is absolutely my favorite form, and that's our cream sachets. Isn't that a feast for the eyes? So let's see, I brought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for you to try. We have more, but I don't want to overwhelm your sense of smell. Okay. So let me just briefly show you what I'm talking about. So our fragrances come in many forms. We have cologne mist. We have beauty dust, which is lovely after a bath. We have the cream sachets, which is what we're going to look at today. We have perfume. Here we have a pin that has perfume in it, so you can wear the brooch and open it up and freshen up your perfume in the middle of the day if you need to. We have soaps, perfumed soaps. Here's a lovely picture of some of our different beauty dust containers. You can just see that it's a wonderland of color. And I just think nobody does product design like Avon. So here we have 14 delicious flavors, and they're all on special. So these are $1.69. So these 2 stacks, and these are $1.99. So depending on what you might like. Just wanted to give you some idea of the pricing. Okay. Which one catches your eye first? I know that's not how we're going to go about selecting a fragrance, but this one? Okay. So this is our Persian wood. It's one of my favorite caps. Really, only because I just love textures that I can touch. And that's quite nice. So, Persian wood. Is exotic and rich, a lush mingling of rare florals, wood notes, and oriental spice. So this one is going to be very unusual. Particularly with those spices. Now the interesting thing about this is, that's nice, isn't it? You're not going to smell the spices as much straight out of the pot. But once you put it on, all of those different notes are going to start to come out. But if you like it at first blush, we can try that one. Okay. So I'll put this in the yes category. Let me tell you about Here's My Heart. This is a very warm fragrance. It also has some woody notes to it and floral notes, as well as, that very clean rain smell. If you smell fresh moss that's been rained on, it is so clean. That's what you're going to smell. Okay. So are you an outdoor girl? I only ask because you seem to be drawn to the woody notes, the moss, the outdoor smells, and that's good. That's in both of these. Let's switch to, let's see. Regions. Now this one is a very classical design to it. Almost like marble here. And classic Greek or Roman columns. Very regal. Now this one also has some wood notes, but you're probably not going to notice it as much as the rose and jasmine in it. Yes, the rose. Yes. And the rose is quite strong. And if you're not a fan of roses, you're not a fan of roses. I think most of us are a fan of receiving roses, but do we want to wear them? That's another thing. Okay, so we'll put that in the no group. So we have 2 to start with. This one is our cotillion, and it is one of our oldest fragrances that we still offer. This has a sweet undertone to it. Isn't that pot gorgeous? It's so sweet. Looks like little grapes. I'm not sure. Or maybe even some drapery. So, yes, of course, that's drapery. I can see it on the box here. So this has some florals and spice, as well as sandalwood. So this is another more exotic scent. It was very, very popular in the 1920s. And you know how those things go. It takes a couple of decades sometimes before something gets popular again, but I've always been a fan of cotillion. My mother wears it. Could smell the spices. That's probably the sandalwood that you're smelling. This is a maybe. Okay, so we'll put that in a maybe pile. Okay, and 2 left, and like I said, we have 14 that are on sale. But we're just going to look at 6 today. So this is our unforgettable. And we have recently started to redesign some of our pots. They get a makeover about every 10 years. And this is one of our new designs. A big bouquet of flowers. I love the green and the lavender combination. That pot is gorgeous just by itself, isn't it? So this is, let's see. I have a feeling you're going to like this one. Floral with a hint of cool forest notes. So outside, again, but deeper. I think of forest as a more intense smell than what we might call woody notes. So, what do you think? Okay. So we will put that in the yes pile. And our last one is elusive. So this one is another floral and spicy, but without the woody or forest notes that we've been talking about. Mm-hmm. So you like florals that are tempered with wood notes. Seems to be the common denominator here. I think, if nothing, you are consistent. Okay. So let's put these two away. We'll put our maybe over here, but I have a feeling it's going to be one of these three. So I'm going to ask you to use your wrist. We'll put some on the inside of one wrist, some on the inside of another, and then a different one on the top of your hand. Okay? So we'll start with Persian wood. Okay. Just give me your hand, please. You can continue to rub it in, and the warmth of your pulse point will bring it to life. You like that? Very nice. Okay. Do you want to live with that for a few minutes? Okay. Ready? So let's move on to Here's My Heart. And my sample's getting a little bit low on there, so need to use my fingernail. So I'm going to use a different finger. Give me your other hand. I think I mentioned this when I first arrived, but I love wearing fragrance in the form of cream sachet because it is just so velvety when you put it on your wrist, or behind your ear, or on your décolletage. It just feels like silk. And the oils in it just stay with you throughout the day. Okay, so this one is the one that's a bit deeper, a bit more intense in its woody notes. We would call it forest. So smooth. Okay, can I see the top of your hand? Let's use your left hand. Okay. Okay. So the question is it woody, mossy, or foresty? Just take your time. You can live with one for a moment. Just put your hand up and just breathe normally. Don't try to take deep breaths and try to capture the fragrance all at once. Let it come to you. And then just gently try your other hand. Don't breathe deeply. Okay. Oh, okay. So, looks like we're going the mossy route. Like a clean stream. That's a good choice. All right. Well done, Mary Lou. And we can keep cotillion on our short list as well as the other two here. So let me just write this up for you. It really is like Mary Poppins' bag. It's just endless. All right. So let me start. There we go. Oh, here you go. Okay, Mrs. Mary Lou Caperton. So we've started with March 17, 1964. And C764 campaign. And your first order, which is creme supreme, and that is received. And now we have Here's My Heart, and let's see. So March 17th. So I'll have this for you on March 31st. And if this day of the week doesn't work for you, oh good, okay. Well, we'll just keep it this day of the week every 2 weeks, and if you need to reschedule or cancel, you just give me a call, okay? My phone number is on the receipt. Okay. Oh, and let me make a note that you like florals or spices, tempered by woody notes. Okay. Let's see. Here. Okay. Mrs. Mary Lou Caperton, and we are 132. That's right. Once I walk in the door, I really don't remember what address I'm at. Okay, Cannon Drive. And your phone number? All right. And today is 3/17/64. Delivery is 3/31/64. Sales campaign is C764. Okay. And we are getting one Here's My Heart sachet. And the special is, let's see which one that was in. That's in the 169, so that's good. Get the one that's less expensive. So 169, and tax on that is 18 cents. Nine and 8, 17, carry the 1. 6 and 1 is 7, plus 1 is 8. So that comes to $1.87. If I can just get your signature there at the bottom. Just in time for spring. Okay. So there's a record for you. And this order will come in under 2 weeks, but I make my rounds every 2 weeks, so if you do need it early, you can certainly give me a call. Very good. Okay. So something to keep in mind for birthdays, especially Pamela's. I don't know when is it? Let's see, which catalog is it? It's going to be this one. Yes, here we go. So we have products for children and teenagers, and some of the Miss Lollipop products. They're all appropriate for ages 4 to 12. We have bubble bath. We have demi-stick perfumes that all the girls love to carry in their pockets. We have a lot of nice things that here we have Avon Clear Skin Lotion for those who are trying to deal with excess oil. Oh, and Dew Kiss. That's a lovely lotion for teenagers. It's very light. Can be worn alone or with makeup, and so if she's not wearing makeup yet, it's still a nice way for her to start to learn how to care for her skin. So lots of things to talk about in the future. We'll eventually get to the makeup, but I want to get you set with your skincare and your fragrances. Okay. All right. If you'll give me a couple of hours, I'll get out of your kitchen. What's for dinner? It smells great. Are you a ketchup or no ketchup meatloaf girl? My mother, she would put ketchup on top, but not very much inside, and I am such a ketchup lover, so I go all out. All right, well, I don't want to mess up your beautiful table here. And I'm assuming Pamela's dress will be finished when I come by in 2 weeks. Oh, really? I was just joking. Yes, of course, I can sew. I just really don't have time. With my part-time work with Avon, taking care of Bill and the kids, it's a lot to manage. So I can certainly understand. Okay. Well, lovely to talk with you again and get to know you a little better. Okay, I'll see you in 2 weeks, just before April Fool's Day. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Need to go get 4 more. What else? Cookies. All the napkins. Mary Jane. Yes, do me a favor and go to the buffet and look for the luncheon napkins. There should be, I think, close to 16. I've lost track of 1 or 2, but I only need 8. Yes, the smaller size. Well, it's certainly spring-like, isn't it? Actually, come to think of it, it's very similar to your room colors. I got these at Rose Forever, New York. Yeah, aren't they gorgeous? If you'll help me out a little bit right now, you can put these in your room after the party. Okay, Mary Jane. They're yours after the party. Okay, go get the napkins. I'm going to work on the plates and the cookies. Okay. Joan, may I move these things? This might be a better place. Thank you. Thank you, Joan. And good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see everyone here. I'm happy to say hello to the new faces. I know several of you, but I do look forward to talking with the new faces a little bit more after the presentation. So I know you're wondering what exactly is going on. And of course, we're all used to Tupperware parties. I myself love to attend and purchase many things. I just went to one a few months ago. But Joan and I were putting our heads together and decided we could perhaps do two things today that might help you. One, of course, is Mother's Day, which is coming up. And I would like to show you what we have to offer, something that you might give as a gift for your mother. The other thing is I'd like to give you an opportunity to try different fragrances today. So we're going to focus on fragrance, not so much on makeup or nail lacquer or anything like that. It's easier to choose a nail color or a lip color from a catalog. It's much harder to choose a fragrance from a catalog. So Joan and I thought this would be a great opportunity for you to get to sample many different fragrances, both on you and your friends. Yes, that's the idea. So let me just explain that we are focusing on fragrance, and anytime that you talk about fragrance, it's important to find something that works just for you. And if it works on one woman, it doesn't necessarily mean it will work on another. So while we will be talking about gift sets and so forth, I do want you to focus this afternoon on narrowing down fragrances that are right for you. I have lots of pots and powders, colognes right here. But I also have some additional fragrance samples. So you'll have an opportunity to try almost everything in our catalog. You should have this issue of the catalog in front of you. Does everyone have one? So I'd like to draw your attention to a couple of pages. If you will turn with me to page 4. This gives you an example of one of our sales, $3.99 for a large bottle of cologne mist. So this allows you to see the different shapes and designs of the bottles depending on the fragrance. So you can see quite a variety in fragrance and in style. This spread focuses specifically on cologne mist. We will focus on that as well, but we will be looking also at flip 2 pages over and you'll see these lovely ice cream cones. And here we have a sample of different colored pots. These are our cream sachets. That's certainly one of my very favorite ways to wear fragrance. So this is another spread in our catalog that focuses on one way to wear fragrance. The other was cologne mist, and the list goes on. We have powders, we have talcs, we have drams of perfume, we have necklaces and brooches with perfume, lots of different ways to wear fragrance using Avon products. And this brings me to gift sets for your mother. In this particular gift set, we see Unforgettable, and we have the Beauty Dust. We have the Cologne Mist. We have a small jar of cream sachet and a small dram of perfume here. So this is a set that you can purchase together in any one of our fragrances. We have special pricing. These are priced on this page individually, but check the order form in the back of your catalog for special set pricing. We have 2 tiers of pricing for these sets depending on the fragrance. So, enough about the catalog. Let's look at the products themselves. This is Unforgettable, and this is the Beauty Dust. It comes in this absolutely stunning salmon pink container. You might be wondering, how much does this set cost? It looks expensive, doesn't it? Let me show you. You will essentially purchase the Beauty Dust container once. Comes with the lid and this nice puff. With a ribbon across, so that it's very easy to handle. Just like that. And then inside you'll find some instructions on how to use the refills. And what you'll see here is a sealed refill. So you'll buy this once. And then when you're ready, you can buy a refill in this cardboard and paper container. It's very easy to just take a sharp knife and cut the paper from the top. This will hold together very nicely. Hard cardboard on the sides. With every refill comes a new puff, so you'll always have the freshest supplies for your beauty needs. So that's how our beauty dust containers work. I think they're just marvelous. Can you smell it over there? It doesn't take long for the beauty dust to emanate throughout the room. I love to use beauty dust before I go to bed or after I take a bath. It's very nice. Before we move on to other products, I'd just like to show you 2 more example containers of beauty dust. Here's our lovely yellow cotillion beauty dust container. The thing I like about the cotillion set is that it's not one color. You'll find the whole collection of cotillion fragrance products in either yellow or pink or both. And so when you see that set sitting on the vanity together, it's such a warm and friendly color combination. It's very happy, don't you think? So that's our cotillion. And you'll see here our Rapture set with 2 doves on the top of the container. This is a very smooth and silky feeling to the plastic. Almost like a baby's bottom. And again, we open to find a puff. Notice that each puff is color coordinated to go with the beauty dust container. And again, when you get refills, you will receive a new puff. These beauty dust containers are so beautiful on the dressing table, sure to please a mother anywhere. So those are the 3 beauty dust samples I've brought with me today. But don't let that deter you. If you're interested in a different fragrance, all you need to do is look in the catalog. You'll see what that particular beauty dust container looks like. And you can order a set if you so choose. I do want to bring a couple of other product types in. For example, here we have talc, and this one is in the fragrance Here's My Heart. And I brought let me change my hands here. I brought the cream sachet. It matches that. Again, so you can get an idea of how these sets go together. So if you're more of a talc person than a beauty dust person, you certainly have that option, but I know a lot of women that use both for different reasons. Let's see. Here we have our cotillion bubble bath. Another way to wear fragrance. So you can see what that one looked like with the beauty dust and the cream sachet. I will go ahead and point out that the bubble bath and the beauty dust are coming in our yellow, and the other products in the cotillion line are in pink. But we do have some in pink that will have a yellow top like this, or sort of a cream, I guess, and that ties the whole collection together. And here we have Rapture. This set of fragrances is similar to Cotillion in this respect. The bottles and containers are slightly different shades of deep blue, light blue, deep turquoise, and light turquoise. So when you have the whole set together, you will see something that will remind you of the ocean, I think. It's quite stunning. Do look in your catalog to see the entire collection. In our colognes, have a nice atomizer. Very easy to apply. Now that's going to be drifting your way soon. Finally, I'm not going to discuss these at length right now, but I did bring several other pots of the cream sachets in different fragrances. You're welcome to come up and try them. Take a closer look at the pot. Like I said, I can't bring everything, so I tried to bring a sampling of different types of product and different types of fragrance. So you should have a sampling of everything here, which you don't have in the form of a product. You will get in the form of perfume sampler. So I brought additional scents with me. So, ladies, the sky's the limit today when it comes to fragrance. Now, for those of you who are new to Avon, I do want to introduce you to 3 basic products that I always like to start my new clients with. I can't really do any presentation without mentioning these. The first is our Vitamoist cream in the yellow pot. And the second is our Cream Supreme. They are matching pots in terms of size and shape. They always remind me of little egg cups. Our Vitamoist works very well as a day cream for all skin types, and a night cream as well for those with normal to oily skin. Even if your skin is oily, you do not want to neglect moisturizing your face. The oils in your skin have nothing to do with how moisturized your face might be. A good cleanser removes that oil, and then you introduce the moisturizer. Now for us more mature ladies who have drier skin, the Vitamoist is excellent for daytime before makeup. And Cream Supreme is a wonderful night cream for us. Both smell so fresh to me. I love the smell of these, although they are not meant to last very long. That fragrance will evaporate very quickly and allow you to choose your fragrance of the day without interfering. So I always start my new clients with a good skincare program that would include one or both of these. And moisturized hand cream as part of that skincare regimen. So again, if you are new to Avon, please, I invite you to try these skincare products in addition to the fragrance lines that we have to offer. Yes, I'll be happy to come around and answer questions, take orders. I want you to feel comfortable to come up and try these products. We can certainly take some of the smaller pots of cream sachet and pass those around if you'd like to do that. I will suggest one thing before you try any products on your skin, that you have a go at taking a little sniff of several different fragrances so that you can narrow down before you actually start trying. Because once you start trying a scent, you're going to make it unique, your own skin and oils unique body. The scent will make the Avon fragrance unique for you, and you're going to want to limit yourself to maybe 3 that you're actually putting on your skin. And do remember what you're putting where. So one could go here, one could go here, another here. Just keep track of what's what. If you do lose your way, let me know. I'll take a little sniff and I'll probably be able to direct you back onto your path. I'm very familiar with these fragrances. All right, well, thank you so much, Joan. I'll let you take it from here, and I will just be available for whatever you may need. Oh, it's a bit warm outside, isn't it? I hope the gym will be cool enough for prom. Do you know if they have big fans set up? So did you consider being a chaperone? I understand. Not your thing, Joan. So, is Mary Jane ready for us? Oh, well, look at you. That is a stunning hairdo. Did you do that, Joan? I am very impressed. You look like you could be a beauty queen. Well, like I promised, I'm here. I'm happy to be part of your evening, if just for a little bit. I love everything to do with makeup, and I can't wait to put together a look that's perfect for you. So, you need to go get your prom dress. I need to see that. Okay. I'm good. Maybe we can have a little drink after we're done with Mary Jane, and then we can look at some new products. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that dress. That fabric is one of a kind. Two different. Yes. And that lining. Oh. I'm so glad you decided on sleeveless. I just think that's very elegant, especially for teenagers going to prom. Well, I don't think we have our work cut out for us. I think this dress just does our work for us. I think we're going to be able to match that nicely. I have a couple of different eyeshadows, and I think we will be able to find something that works perfectly with this gorgeous periwinkle. Beautiful. Okay, well, if you want to trade places with your mother, oh, I do need to get something out of my purse. Here we go. I like to pick up these finger pinkies. They are really for secretaries. God love them. They have to handle carbon paper and typing ribbon and get their fingers dirty quite often, so these come in quite handy for them, but they come in quite handy for me and my business as well. So we'll need one of these in a little bit. We'll just go ahead and get that out and ready to go. Okay. Oh, you like that? Normally I carry my brown straw bag in the summer, but I saw this one with the sort of the pearlescent front and the white straw. It just seemed so perfect for summer for certain things, particularly pink, don't you think? I got it at Stearns. I would imagine they still have some. All right, so let's open up my bag of wonders. There we go. So we're going to need, let's see. We'll need this. This is my collection of foundation samples. Then we have everybody's favorite, especially 6-year-old girls, my set of lipstick samples. And I made sure I was all full up today. So we have lots of things to choose from. And I brought some of our Vitamoist moisturizer. This is a lighter, less oil-based moisturizer that's really good for teen skin. And we'll be using this as a foundation for the foundation. So everything will go on smoothly and your skin will keep a lovely glow all evening. Let's see, we have some eyebrow brush liner. I've got, there's one. There we go. Got 2 blushing creams in a peach and a pink. And those usually serve me quite well. So we'll see what works best. And then I've got 2 eyeshadow powders, and we may or may not use these, but it's always good to have a powder on hand, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. Let's see, compact. Oh, here we go. I think you're going to be most excited about this, which is one of our new products. It is a stacked set of tubes. Each one has a different color of cream eyeshadow. Isn't that just the neatest thing? Just come apart like that. very convenient, especially for teenagers. You can see the size of my purse. It's just like a pen. But it gives you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 colors. This last one is just the cap at the top. So we will, in fact, I already know which colors we're going to be focusing on now that I've seen your dress. Don't you agree? These 3. Yes. And, I think that's all we need for now. Yes. All right. So, let's first let's work on your foundation, and then we'll work on a match for your eyeshadow, okay? So I see that you have a bit of a tan, and I suspect that that is just a bit too dark for our fair finish set. I would either say the darkest of our fair finish or the lightest of our medium finish. So I'm just going to pull those 2 out. Too dark. And we'll need our applicator. So we've got pink, which is in the fair finish, and honey in the medium. I'm just going to hold these up first. I want you to turn your hand toward the window. And then back this way. I am going to guess that we want the darker of the 2, which is honey. And again, just let me remind you that it's the lightest shade in our medium finish. Now, if we need to blend it with something lighter to find just the right shade, we will absolutely do that. All right, so if you wouldn't mind, scoot up a little bit. Excellent. All right. So we'll first start with the foundation. Now for teenagers, here's what I like to do. Instead of applying the moisturizer first all over before the foundation, I like to mix the foundation with the moisturizer and apply those together. You'll find that it gives you a much lighter look. You're still going to get some moisturizer, but not too much. I think your skin is a bit too young, maybe a bit too oily. So we don't want to overdo it with the moisturizer, okay? We just want enough to give you a dewy glow. So what I'm going to do is take some of the moisturizer and just that right here, and that should be enough because we're going to be adding foundation to it. And then we will add the foundation. I can't keep things straight today. And I'm getting close to needing to replace some of my samples. But fortunately, we have the applicator to help us dig in there. Let's see if we have enough. So I'm going to just mix that together. I think that's good. So we've got plenty to go around, and it's a beautiful color. All right. So I'm just going to apply the foundation right here. I'm going to be very gentle and smooth. I'm going to be working to feather out the color as I apply, okay? Okay. All right. And I get some on the other side. Okay, so we treat your face like a T, and we've done left and right, and now we're going to go above the T and look at your forehead. Okay. And it's important to blend the edges right into your hairline and blend along the jawline. This is why it's so important to have a really good foundation match, so that when you do blend in the jawline, you don't have to bring it all the way down your neck. Okay? So I'm going to apply some up just above your jawline. Your nose. And a little bit more on the left side of your forehead. I guess that's your right. Blend, blend, blend. Don't forget to do that. Okay. All right, I think we are in good shape with your foundation. So, time for some finger pinky cleanup. I know quite a few Avon ladies who use these. You can just go to any office supply store to find them. You can occasionally find them in a drugstore, but that's always hit or miss. So just go to an office supply store. They have everything a secretary can possibly need. All right, so let's just put the honey tone away again. Honey appears to be your color in the summer. You're probably going to need to go lighter in the winter. Happy to make another visit. Maybe in November. If you'd like to try some more foundation colors. If Mom approves. Okay. I believe, Joan, you have some of this, right? Your mother uses this during the day and uses our Cream Supreme at night, but I'm sure she'll let you borrow a little dollop for special occasions to mix with your foundation. So, probably no need for you to get your own container. All right. So, I think the most important thing that we need to look into is the color of your eyeshadow. And you don't need this old woman to tell you what colors are in right now and what styles are in. But I do have a teenager and I'm very observant. So, let me get that publication that I was telling you about. Just a moment. Let's see. this is a color chart that we have, but this is for your mother and me. Really too dark for you, I think. And let's see. There we go. Pretty special. And that's you tonight. I'll go ahead and pull out my beauty book in case we need to consult that. And is there anything else? That's good. All right. So this is your guide to makeup and manners for proms and parties. You'll find some parts of the publication are geared toward parties and others toward proms, and whether or not you're the guest or the hostess and so forth. We're going to focus on proms, and I do, before we get to the makeup, I do want to read this one section to you. I think it will serve you very well tonight. At the prom, help your escort show his good manners. Step aside to allow him to open the door in a car. Wait until he has time to come around to your side. Precede him into a room or restaurant and onto and off the dance floor. So you are always in front, he's behind, unless you're side by side. Introduce yourself to the chaperones when you arrive at the prom, and be sure to thank them when you leave. That's very important. Those teachers and parents have put a lot of energy into making this the night to remember. Once you turn down an invitation to dance, and you are permitted to do so, you don't have to accept every invitation to dance. Don't accept another until the music changes, and that's just common courtesy for the gentlemen that have asked to dance and you've turned them down. Just wait until that song is over, and then if another gentleman comes up to ask and you would like to accept that, that's quite all right. If you've danced too long with one partner, it is perfectly all right to suggest leaving the dance floor. Lead your partner over toward a group of your friends so that he can feel free to leave. So that he can feel free to leave you if he wishes. And that creates a very friendly atmosphere so that your dance partners don't need to feel that they must stay with you for the entire evening. You want to have an opportunity to dance with a few fellas, mostly your date, but there's nothing wrong with dancing with a few others. If you're wearing long white gloves with your prom dress, keep them on for shaking hands. No gloves. Okay. Very good. We have some bathing, grooming, manicure sections. That's not what we're here for today, but we are here for modern makeup magic. This is that T-zone that I was talking about. And some information about applying foundation, some of which I've shared with you, but when I'm gone, you can keep this publication and consult it improve your makeup application techniques. Then we have tutorials on blush, on using makeup touch-up sticks for blemishes, for dark circles or things like that. And also, I think this is kind of interesting, that you can actually begin to, in a way, change the shape of your face or your nose or your chin just a bit. If you're not quite happy with the length or the width or the height of your cheekbone or something like that. And so using different shades of foundation can help you create some of those effects. And I think that's kind of a neat thing that we've been introducing lately. We call those secret agents because nobody knows that you've actually done it with makeup. Okay, so this is the part that I really want to focus on today. Eyes that shine. We want to make sure your eyes shine in that gown. And now that I've seen your gown and I've seen the colors that I brought with me, I'm going to recommend that you accent with 2 or more colors instead of just 1. And the technique that I'm going to use is to brush a favorite shade on your eyelid. And so you can see this area right here above the lash line. That's your eyelid. So we'll do a favorite shade, a dominant shade on the eyelid. And then stroke a deep neutral tone along the eye fold. And the eye fold is just above the eyelid right here. And that's what we're going to do. I'm going to make one adjustment though. I'm not going to use a deep neutral. I'm going to use a deeper shade of the color that we have on the eyelid. And that is because it is prom night. It is a special occasion, and it's perfectly fine to really accent your eyes during a night like this. So I'm going to just take the 3 on the bottom and we'll look at these colors with your dress. So you can see that the lightest color is very close to the color of the periwinkle in the dress. We go down one, gets a little bit darker, and that's pretty much an exact match. What do you think? And then we'll go down to the darkest. See, it's significantly darker than your dress, but it is the same shade. The same color, I should say. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the lightest. And then we're going to use the medium tone on your eyelid and the dark tone on your eye crease. just going to be, well, there's not going to be anyone else like you there tonight. So, let's start with the lighter color. It's the medium tone. And we'll just take a few applicators. Let's see. We'll need light or medium and dark. And highlights and blush. Okay. So I think we'll need 4 of these. Oh. I dropped one. We'll get that one later. There we go. All right. So fortunately, these are very creamy, and the color just glides on. It really doesn't splotch or get gummed up. You like these, Joe? Oh, Joan, your collection is too big for these. Okay. So let's just, if you would, close your eyes. Okay. Open. Close again. Okay, that's a good amount of coverage. We wanted to kind of have a jewel tone to it. Open. Perfect. Okay. So now we're going to close that one up and take the darkest one and got a new applicator. And I'm going to apply this to your eye crease, and I'm going to do it in a much more deliberate way. I'm not going to be spreading it everywhere. I want to get right down into that crease. And then a little bit above the crease. And what that does, it makes your crease look more dramatic, look a little bit deeper. Okay, close your eyes. to move your hair behind your ear just a bit. I think we're good there. And I'm just going to put this back together. And then just reattach to the entire stack of tubes. And then I'm going to use a little bit of the silver just above your eye crease for a little bit of extra glamour for the evening, okay? Nothing too much. Close. Oh, getting ahead of myself. This is just the way that I'm able to use my samples on lots of different women. Okay. Close. Light touch. Open. Mama, what do you say? Well, we have her approval. Now we need yours. Let's see. Okay. Take a look. Mm-hmm. Like that. Okay, so far so good. Now we are going to use the eyebrow brush and line. I like to use this as both an eyeliner and an eyebrow brush, especially since this is almost summertime. It's going to give you a slightly softer eyeliner to go with this very summery prom look that you have. Okay. And just so you know, I'm going to need to use this brush. My paper applicators won't work, but I always wash this brush after an application. And you can see there's a can you see that? The angle on the brush, it's very precise. So if you're very careful, you can create a very precise eyeliner with it, or you can go back over it and blend just a little bit for a slightly softer look. And that's what I'm going to do. Okay. Close your eyes. Your other eye. Okay, open. Okay, keep them open. I'm going to adjust right here in the corner. And then do a little flick. That'll give you a very subtle cat eye. And then on this side, and a little flick. Very good. Okay, and now I'm going to do your lash line below. I just need you to keep your eyes open and look up. Okay, the other eye. You know who you remind me of. You look like Grace Slick right now. I know you're probably taking that as a compliment. And I mean it as a compliment. As I mentioned, I have teenage girls too, so I know what she looks like. All right, the last thing that we're going to do is apply a little bit of blush. Oh, no, I'm sorry, we've got lipstick to do. Okay, so I did have a couple in mind, depending on which direction your dress went into. So let me see if I can remind myself. I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised when you see what I'm going to recommend. And this, yeah, this is Pink Aling. And look at that color. Can you see? It's like a ballerina pink. And with your dramatic eyes, a very soft shade for the lipstick, very light. See if I can hold these together. Very light, very soft, something that actually lightens your lips instead of darkens them is going to be exactly what you need tonight. Can you see that? We're going to put all the focus on your eyes. And in addition to this, let's see. Not for you tonight. I should have written these colors down. I'm sorry. What was the other? Here we go. So you can see that with these two, we can use a darker tone around the edges of the lips, and then that very light tone in the center of the lips. And I'm not going to use a brush and line your lips. I'm just going to use the lipstick and very carefully outline, just using the little point on this. And I'm going to go ahead and use these and then leave them with you. Okay, so you can reapply. They're yours to keep. Okay, so we're going to start with the slightly darker shade. So just put your lips over your teeth. Just pull them tight, okay? Okay, and then just sort of blot them against one another. Okay. Okay, do that one more time. Okay, that's good. And then we're going to come in with a very light tone. It's got a little bit of a frostiness to it. And just pull your lips over your teeth again. We're just going to fill in. Notice that I had you blot the so-called liner so that it's not just on the edges of your mouth, but it's coming in on your lips just a bit. We want that color to come in some. And then we're just highlighting with this. Okay, go ahead and blot. I think that's good. Okay. I'm going to keep these out for you. All right. And I did bring a pink and a coral blushing cream. And given the shades that we've used on your lips as a contrast to the periwinkle in your eyes and your dress, I'm actually going to recommend the coral. And we're not going to use use very much of this at all. Also, your tan is going to diminish the color, the brightness of the color just a bit, so it's not going to be too much. And I'm just going to use 2 fingers, one for each cheek. Okay, look at me. Now I'm just putting this right on the apple of your cheek, and then I am blending back toward your ear. We don't want a dot. You don't want to look like a clown. But starting on the apple, blending back. And then back up toward the hairline. And you want to smooth out, feather all the way around where you've got blush, so you can't quite tell where it begins and where it ends. Okay? All right, now I've got some on my other finger. Let's try the other side. One thing I like to do is start in the center of the apple and just make a larger and larger circle, and then start blending back. Blend, blend, blend. Very good. All right. So we've got everything, I think. I think the only thing left is some perfume. Do you have some perfume that you love? Oh, good. Well, that's nice, Joan. It's a lovely scent for young people. Well, the next time I come, I'll bring some fragrance samples. I've got a line for teenagers and young women, and those come in some fun containers. And speaking of fun containers, I have a little gift for you. Let's see. Okay. So here's a little lip treatment for you. Keep your lips moist throughout the night. And as I mentioned, I'm going to leave these sample lipsticks with you. and they're yours to keep. Use them this evening again for a touch-up, and then use them in the future. Okay, my little gift to you. So let me just readjust your hair. I did need to put it behind your ears, but I didn't want to get any foundation on it. I promise I won't ruin Mama's masterpiece. Just want to get that lower curl. Back where it belongs. There we go. And the other side. Well, this one's not too bad. Beautiful. This hanging down next to your beehive is just, well, it feels like spring. All right, I'm not going to touch anything else, or Joan's going to get mad at me. All right. Let's see. One more look. It's nice to feel like a movie star every now and then, don't you think? Okay. Well, you can go look in the big mirror. Get your dress on. Be very careful when you put it on. I know you will be, but you've got lipstick on now, so I know. Well, I know your mother's proud. When is your date due to arrive? So you've got a little bit of time. Well, you better put your dress on. I look forward to seeing pictures. Have you seen your corsage? But he does know what color your dress is, right? Okay, that's all that matters. All right, well, lovely lady, you have a marvelous time tonight, okay? My advice to you, when you get there, look around. Take a deep breath. pay attention. This will only happen once in your life. Okay. Good luck. Joan. So I'm going to leave this with her. And don't let her leave without her samples. Okay? So, well, I've got some new products to show you. I know you're dying to see. Let's get started.